Hello. How is everybody doing? I'm holding on. I am very spent after the last 3 days. Oh, has it been a ride with troubleshooting? I have no solutions. I have exclusions. I know a lot about what is not involved in the blue screens. Basically narrowed it down to the graphics card or the drivers. And that's where I am. I wrote back my graphics drivers to a version from when the blue screens had never happened, which is August. I didn't have to stream because the blue screens actually happened without streaming. It's getting worse. So since yesterday I have been having pretty much daily blue screens just from regular use. Sometimes just watching a YouTube video. Like I had my PC on while I was sleeping with some YouTube video running, and I woke up to the post blue screen. Not getting any better. I mean, it's a mixture of bad and good news. I think it's worth a lot to know that none of my hard drives are involved. The cameras are uninvolved. The input display is uninvolved. What else? Like pretty much every peripheral that I have is not the issue. That is good to know. My SSDs are Samsungs. It is very likely driver nonsense because yesterday I was pretty much running Linux for 24 hours and I did not have any blue screen. So that the driver nonsense is very, very likely still. It could be a hardware defect of the graphics card, but it's just so unlikely. It's very likely the interface between NVIDIA and Windows drivers. Oh no, Jonas. I mean, that's also good and bad, because then you will never have trouble with it again. That's okay, right? I hope it can be fixed. I also, like, on more good news, I have gotten already somewhat used to the Linux environment. It took me ages to install. It just didn't want to install from... Like, I could get into the live medium just fine. Live USB stick, could get into the system, could play around with it. As soon as I wanted to install Linux. Several distributions. I tried 2 different mints, I tried 2 different Ubuntus, and I could not get them to install. They would get into the process and then just stop. Like, nothing was happening. Wouldn't give you any error messages, it would just stop. So it wouldn't get installed. So I went back and forth. BIOS update to beta version, different BIOS settings, opposite BIOS settings, because if you look up these things, what could be issues? Secure boot, fast boot is always the obvious one. But if your mainboard vendor has like different secure boot things that are opposite to what normal people would understand under secure boot, then you're just straight out of luck sometimes. Then keeping track of all of the settings over different BIOS updates was really hard. At some point I bricked my entire PC. That was fun. I think it was Friday night. I could not get into my system at all after a BIOS update. How did I fix that? I first tried flashing CMOS. Like basically a hard reset of the BIOS settings. Didn't do anything. So I just went to bed, frustrated, and said, okay, not gonna deal with that. So maybe the PC being off for a while helped a little bit. Did another CMOS flash, and then could get back into the BIOS. Could get back into Linux only at first, because I played around with the boot manager as well. So went back and forth between Legacy and UEFI, and then couldn't get into Legacy anymore because the new BIOS update doesn't really support that anymore or names it differently. So it was a whole thing. And over all of these back and forth things, I was trying to keep track of the important changes that I had made, and then the BIOS update had reverted some of them, and I didn't know anymore what I had done and what not, so I did half of the things twice. And eventually could install Linux after 2 or 3 days. It was a thing, I can tell you. It won't take months, Jonas. Maybe 3 weeks. I un- and replugged everything. I completely took apart the system. Every nook and cranny, cleaned everything. Was checking if all of the fans are running. Was doing stress tests, temperature tests, all of the stuff. Nothing significant anywhere ever. I'm still on the beta BIOS, yeah. Wait, Kadai, don't scare me. Don't you do that. It's still somewhat likely that there will be a blue screen today. I'm prepared. I've seen so many of them the last couple of days. I'm not even gonna be bothered if it happens. If it doesn't, then it's gonna be interesting. I did all of the clean graphics driver deinstalls, reinstalls stuff. I used DDU. I used NV cleanstall to get to customized installation without installing certain components that you otherwise can't unselect while installation. And that's what I'm on right now. I'm on a version from mid-August or so. The most recent NVIDIA drivers, I was using the proprietary ones by NVIDIA, and they have been working pretty nicely. Only thing I was noticing was some, I don't know if it was OpenGL, something in Firefox was misbehaving when I was trying to pan the window. That could be graphics card related, or could have just been some oddity with Linux Firefox, no idea. Otherwise, I didn't really notice anything terrible on Linux, I gotta say. I didn't get everything set up yet. I did set up OBS. I did set up kind of live split via OBS plugins. Live split 1 as a component. Hey Jet. Oh wait, I forgot my One thing I forgot for today is putting up my dashboard on my second screen. So I can see raids once they happen, or subs. Where was I with my story? Yeah, running Linux OBS. I got that set up, I got Discord set up. I got my IRC, my programming set up. Like I'm going with... Linux people will probably stone me to death, but I'm going with VS Code for now as my programming environment, just because I'm so used to it. I did a lot of research into capture cards that work on Linux. But Judas was not the one who was stoned. I don't think so. I couldn't avoid like reading some threads about VS Code on Linux, and people are actually not that opposed. I was surprised. I was expecting, like whenever somebody would mention it, I was expecting big shitstorms and how could you? But there's this and there's that. And I believe that. I thoroughly believe that it's probably not the best option on Linux. Yeah, I mean, all kinds of groups have those kinds of people, but there's still like this elitism amongst Linux users. I was considering like going Debian or even Arch. Is it Arch? Arc? I always say Arch. I was also, as I said earlier, I was also trying to install Ubuntu. The first thing that did work after all of this back and forth was Mint, though, and I'm not opposed to it. Trying it now, it's very Windows-like, of course, with the Cinnamon UI. But I think it can do everything that I want, and for now it's just supposed to be a stable system. And in that regard, it's probably even the better option, because it's pretty much like long-term support ×2. Like it's the really true and tested put into just a stable little package. For streaming from Linux, I also didn't get my input display running yet, but that should be possible. But I didn't want to dive into that at that point. Capture card is a different story, though. Let me actually start practicing while I'm telling stories. Yeah, capture card is a different beast. I would prefer, like my current internal capture card, old Evermedia C985E, is not supported whatsoever. I would need somebody. It's just such an old card, it's not very common, there's no chance anybody would care coding a driver for Linux for that. I can't. I think driver coding is in C. I cannot see at all. And a graphics or a capture card driver is probably not the easiest to get your feet wet with. So I am not even considering trying to get my current capture card running. So then the research started. There's not a lot of options actually. But if I want to go internal card again, it's going to be very expensive. A cheap-ish one for 270 euros or so came out last year. AV Matrix, I think, is the brand. But yeah, that one is the cheapest internal capture card that works perfectly fine on Linux, even has open source drivers. So people will definitely keep that one up to date, because the true Linux gaming fans will all flock around that one and keep the drivers updated. But yeah, 270 euros, which I'm currently not willing nor able to pay, with the looming possible death of my graphics card on the horizon. In that regard, I do still have warranty. Why am I even on the original cartridge? I still have warranty until March. The thing is, there's no guarantee that Amazon will actually refund me or offer me an exchange. It's the most likely thing to happen, but it's not guaranteed. So with that in the background, I don't want to make big spendings right now, because... I mean, if we get a blue screen today... I'm jumping, sorry. If we're gonna get a blue screen today, I will try to swap back in my old graphics card, which is okay. It shouldn't have any issues. And if that confirms that it's the graphics card, then I'm gonna try the refund part. But until then, no. Back to the capture card though. So for internals, either the 270 euro or dollar one, or you're going towards 800 euros for the normal ones for Linux, which are just, they are corporate brands, which is why the prices are how they are. There's no way they are worth that, but that's what they cost. Can't do anything about it. Now, I also tried that though. We did that. That was one of the early things. Like the 2-hour marks thing is probably just a coincidence. Because it also happened after an hour, it also didn't happen during streams. Like not every stream in the last weeks ended in a blue screen. We had some that made it through. Few, but they existed. I think that's a false positive with the 2-hour mark. Or just something that is only vaguely related to that, but just variable. Let's see if I even can still play the game. Then external capture cards are an option. So there's not a lot of driver support, and there probably never will be, from what I gathered. But a lot of modern capture cards follow the UVC specification, which means that they can be recognized by... But they're somewhat driver agnostic in some way. So if there's no proprietary driver with it, they will still be recognized as just a generic webcam or like imaging device. So Linux would just recognize them as that. The problem with that is there's no exhaustive list or anything. I joined a Discord that did a lot of research 2 years ago, and there hasn't been that much movement since, from what I found out. But it's still not necessarily up to date. Oops. Oops. Pixel. So I did find a model that I would like to procure. Problem with that one is it's barely available anywhere. It's just sold out everywhere. It's not a new one, not a new device, it's an EVGA XR1 Lite, which would cost around like 60 to 70 euros or dollars, which is what I'm willing to pay. Because that one I can just replace my current one with that, and it will be an upgrade. And it's gonna be it's also a travel one because it's external. Yeah, but I can't get that in Germany, so I wanted to order that today. I did find it on a single shop, Amazon US, North American Amazon, does have it, like 2 pieces left. And that's the only place in the entire internet. I couldn't even find it used anywhere. It's just a very, very rare specimen, apparently. So I was mostly using Linux today, and I didn't have my Amazon login with me. Like all of my user account shenanigans, I still have to transfer to my Linux system because I'm using a software password manager on Windows, which is obviously not transferable. So I'll have to find a way to get my passwords over. There's probably an export function somewhere. I'm sticking with Mint for now, yeah. If I'm gonna change away from Mint, it's probably gonna go straight to Debian. But for now it's about stability, and with Debian it would be more cutting edge. Or like, just more free. I think I've decided against Ubuntu in the meantime. Ubuntu has some interesting ideas with their, which one is it? Snap? I think Snaps is what it is, where every application runs in its own virtual environment. It's interesting, but they're pushing that really hard. And it's also, like, Ubuntu is not necessarily adhering with the general open source concept being owned by a big company. And there being some corporate decisions behind probably everything. The community seems to hate snaps. That is what I have gathered, which is why I'm veering away. Again, I find the idea interesting. But in the end, it's a proprietary concept, which is why the community hates it. So as you can see, I did a lot of research the last couple of days, because I had zero knowledge of the Linux community and environment before. The last few days were very busy, let's put it like that. Like, they were exhausting, but I am a tinkerer, I always have been. I do enjoy these kinds of things to some sick extent. Hey, KSI. And once I get into the tinkering and the tweaking, I just can't stop. So at some point, like when I wrote the Discord, if you're on my Discord, link down in the stream description, by the way, I always post what the status is when I said I'm gonna stream, or when it's my regular stream days and I won't stream, I usually mention when or why not. And there was this one day. There's a Windows bug, or it's like a. I don't exactly know where the bug ends up being. I think it's a Linux bug. One system uses UTC, the other system uses your local time, and references what is stored in your BIOS. But if you switch between the two, something gets overwritten, and the next time you boot the other system will be wrong. And in this case, Windows was wrong, and I was trying out things on Windows. It was 2 days ago, I think, when I wrote my Discord message at like 11, thinking it was 9, because I just had completely lost track of the time, and my system clock would display, oh, it's 9 p.m. But no, looked at my phone, it was 11. Okay, so there was 3. I'm also, one thing that I enjoy about all of the problems is that I get to tell the story in hindsight. No matter how bad it is in the moment, afterwards it's just a learning experience. And something that is interesting to talk about. Like all of the silly things. I just enjoy that. Like even while I'm suffering, I think, oh, this is gonna be an okay story. So while I am exhausted, that's the bottom line of my story. While I'm exhausted, I also feel kind of accomplished by having learned so many things over the last few days, and actually like gotten somewhere at least. Yo, Factorio. I was expecting you to not show up. That's what you said. You said you would completely disappear. For like 3 weeks. Yet here you are. I've always been like that. Oh well, maybe not always, but this is part of like having a positive outlook on pretty much everything. No matter how bad it is. There's always something, at least, interesting to everything. Ah, I see, Jonas. Like, if I had a different outlook, then some of my, like, past, like academic achievements would be rather frustrating. Because as you might know, I'm not working in any field that I have studied for, and I studied for quite a while. But instead of saying, I just wasted my time studying this, or in German there's a nice phrase, sich verstudieren, like to misstudy in a way, to dis-study, to study wrong. I just don't see it that way. I had fun while I was doing the thing. I still maintain most of the knowledge. I'm just not using it in a productive way. Is that bad? Somebody who likes productivity might say so, but I'm okay with just progressing for myself, I guess. Which is a little bit of a cop-out. Like for future ventures, I shouldn't, like, nobody should go into things with that mindset. Like, if it doesn't work out, whatever. That's not really how I see it. Ooh. But I just don't get frustrated if something doesn't work out in general. And even if it's very time-consuming, time-intensive thing, like studying for 5 years. I made friends during the studies. Not that I'm meeting most of them. There's like 1 or 2 people who I'm not even contacting, but I could. That's what I take away from that. And yeah, all of the experiences, that's worth so much. Yeah, like the eternal students is also a thing. That's kind of what I was, but not... That was not by choice, really. There were factors that just made it, that dragged it out for way longer than it should have. Do you keep getting free money? Here it's limited to the regular study time of your first study subject. Then the money stops immediately, which is a big problem, or was a big problem for me. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but in my case it was rather bad. Hey fella. Brachioductal. I know that name from somewhere. I know that name. It's like a Lufia 2 streamer, right? Is that where I know him from? Or maybe I'm thinking of a different Raku. Yo. Identifying random streamers. I heard it I saw the name recently because Elmagus, one of the first speedrunners of this game, also big Lufia 2 Ancient Cave streamer, did some Iris % Ancient Cave runs the last few weeks. And I think that's where I first saw the name. Because they came into one of those streams that, if you had told me, we could have done like a head-to-head. That was the first time I saw the person. It was only a couple of weeks ago. Funny coincidence. Can't do it. I guess the grab is fine. Never say that. Just about this part. Okay. And the boss fight was fine earlier. Shantae. Never played a Shantae game. How deep can I get into my Linux story? Am I done with that? Or the blue screen story? I think it's one big topic, right? I ended up like with all of the disassembly and like uninstalling, reinstalling things. I actually ended up with a better working sound system now. Sound levels might be different again. Maybe I'm too loud again. I'm not sure. But I like it better now the way it is, because previously the NVIDIA audio drivers had kind of half overwritten the voice meter virtual audio devices. But now I have them back because I clean uninstalled the NVIDIA drivers. I reinstalled, like I also don't have NVIDIA Broadcast installed right now, for example. Gonna stay away from that for a bit. But then I reinstalled Voice Meter Potato, which is what I'm using for the audio channel channeling, like having different audio pipelines for game sound, microphone, and all of that I can control in one software. And I didn't have the, like, out of all of the outputs back then. I only had 2 outputs out of like 6 possible ones. And now I have all of the 6 back. So I can... what can I do now? I can, for example, if I want to, I can just... Well, like I think my voice is the biggest one. The voice wasn't in this selection first. I only could level the input, but not the output. Now I have full control. It's possible, Jonas. Like, I know somebody who does stream Beat Saber from Linux. But I don't know what distribution he is on and what kinds of hoops he has to jump through, or if he's just using a VM. I have not yet asked him. The thing is, you kind of have to boot up the Oculus software as a middleman. And that is Windows only. I don't know how it would work. I wanted to practice. Let's go in order. Oops. Yeah. By knowledge-wise, I think I have a good overview about what I still have to do and set up for the streaming part in Linux. There's not too much that I haven't figured out, I think. Except for something like when it gets really specific, like having the PB video synced up. I can probably just use a separate video source in OBS. Like, I could do that right now in my Windows setup. Just give it a hotkey that is the same as my split key. Guess I would have to make sure that it doesn't reset if I split. Or maybe just a different one that I press alongside the first split. That's something that would be easy to do. Ooh. Yeah, input display is something that I haven't even looked at. But I'm absolutely certain, because this is based on a Raspberry Pi. I'm absolutely certain that there's a lot of support if I need it, if I look it up. I mean, I am, obviously, dual booting, and I will keep doing so. But it would be nice, like like for all kinds of stability issues. It would just be nice to have this backup system where I just know it just works. Even though it's missing a couple of features. So that's the state that I would want to achieve in like a month or so, because that's how long it will take for the capture card to ship. Really, on the last jump. Obviously, I also still haven't, like, I've done it all by myself now, but the more I figure things out and the more I know what I don't know, I can ask much more specifically. I can ask at all, and there will be people able to help. That's gonna be big. Once I know exactly what I want, then I can ask the right questions. I mean, that's how I had to look at the distributions. I still have. Here's Mint 22.4. And here is Ubuntu. No, it's just Mint 22 and Ubuntu 24.10, which is this month. Still there, live bootable if I need to. I also still have an old CD-ROM or DVD somewhere with like my old Kubuntu live CD. Yeah, it was a CD. And the CD-ROM drive is in this table, pretty much. Inside of the table. In case I ever need it. Okay, we did that. I wanted the piggies, actually. I wanted to practice the piggies. Oh, wait. There's the thing. It's better to make a save state from level start. Otherwise, Mario's position in the piggy fight can be shifted. Okay. Enough with the story time, I think. Alright. Just wanted to make sure that the save status is correct. Alright, and the same for the squid. Yeah, should be faster. Faster still. No. Haven't gotten a good fight yet. Why am I so slow? Oh, because the Y button isn't come between. There we go. Need to go harder on the Y button. There we go. Alright. Castillo. Had a feeling that would go wrong. Ooh. Funny save state with a immediate block disappearance. Ah. Hello, Rainbow Ride. Ah, it's always one frame. That one is tight. Actually, let's I don't have the greatest save state. Let's actually set this up for the alternative Wario kill. Hey Alex, I do remember your name, yes. Oh. Where's my visual cue again? Ah, it's there. I just have to turn around earlier. Hey Logan. Man, can I not... Even if I get it, it's probably gonna... I am probably gonna mess it up. First time I get up. That jump is so hard. What's his life still about speedrunning Super Mario Land? Doesn't change that often. Currently practicing. And we'll start attempts in like 20 minutes. Man. Should all be in the description. I don't know how YouTube displays that stuff nowadays. Or in the tags. I don't know where the tags even appear. Man, can I not get up there? It's not a good time. But I don't want to force it. It's 771. That's good enough for now. If even. Maybe this is too slow. This is a very annoying jump. Oh, first try. My the throne skip. Now it's 71. So if I now run, he will not drop. I have my save state. Let's check it out. Yeah. So I am fast enough. And then you have to do that. Yo. All of those jumps are frame perfect. Except for the very first one. Yeah. Then you can finish one in-game second earlier. I think up to 2, actually. If I had gotten the castle faster. So if I'm ever like a second behind going into the castle, I kind of have to go for that. Because we found out I can save about 0.6 on my splits. With a decently fast castle. But if it's a second, I will have to do this. Alrighty, quick Tatanga. So far, no blue screen. We are 1 hour in. Like just imagine, after all of this odyssey, it's just rolling back to the old graphics driver. I had already rolled back earlier, but not this far. Like that was one of the earlier things that I did. Yeah, I'm kind of expecting the blue screens to continue. Ooh. Good numbers, just too early. If I do that 2 frames later, it's probably an albatross. Yeah. 2. It's a 3. 3 misses on 7? Interesting. I mean, it's why I throttle my expectations right now. Whenever I have a run. If it gets through without a blue screen, great. If it doesn't, I'm taking the risk. I'm prepared. It would suck, sure. But again, like even the backup setup, say, like putting my phone behind me and filming the screen, or like somewhere filming the screen, it's so scuffed because I only have audio through the PC, through the actual capture. I would probably get so distracted by not having game audio. I would miss things because of it. Like bosses when they start. Can't react properly without the audio cue. Like even if you don't need it necessarily, it's still there as part of your muscle and like oral memory, I guess. And if that's suddenly not there, it would probably mess me up. So having that backup isn't even realistic. Ooh, that was close-ish. I guess I could alternatively like just strap my other webcam. Like I have pretty much a copy of this webcam. It's the exact same model. Could put that in my, or like connect it to my laptop and hang it up here, so it's not in the way or in a weird angle. Just have it film from where the hand cam is, but to the actual like CRT. That again, the game audio issue would still persist. I would not have game audio. I guess I could split. I could split the audio before it goes into the PC and have some external speakers for that. This is all going too far. This is not worth it. I'm getting these weird ones, the early shots. More. There we go. Let's get 3 1 cycles in a row. It's 1 or 2, depending on how you count. Nope. Definitely not 3. But yeah, what I did find out is that both of these cameras actually work on Linux just fine. I was a little bit worried about the hand cam. Oh. It's a PS3i. The I camera. Never 3. I wasn't sure how many people actually use that on a computer. That counts. But it is supported. B9, I'm so early. That's what I'm practicing right now, to be late. B8, still too early. I need B7. B7 and 2, still too, that's unlikely. Ugh. 7. Different 7. Dust Force is a cool soundtrack. I like this. Okay, that's what I want. That's what I want. B3 is a little late. I'm gonna keep practicing forever. Ooh. Also, can you tell me if my voice is cutting out at any point? Because I'm using a basic noise gate in Voicemeter. And I didn't really test the levels, so I'm not sure. Like sometimes it might cut out the beginning. One, two, three. Is the entire 1 coming through? 1, 2, 3. It's always the trouble with noise gates. All good? That's good. Thank you. Did I get it? I think I got 3. I'm not sure. That's 2. Okay. That is 3 for sure. Ooh, let's try this. Oh, I hope my drive letters still the same for the local recording. I think it should be fine. I still haven't replugged most of my hard drives. Like in this system, I just kept recycling all the old SATA drives that I ever had. Are just normal data partitions now, or like data drives. And my main 2 drives are NVMEs. But those are all still unplugged. Simply because I couldn't be arsed to open up the PC one more time. Done it so much. Also, like there's a second aspect to what I'm trying with the graphics drivers right now. So there is this file that is identifiably involved in the blue screen. And it's a very, very common blue screen file, apparently, for lots of people with all kinds of different systems. And I found a very, very hacky approach, and very unsecure, of changing file permissions on that one. I'm trying that alongside the driver downgrade. We'll see. Anyway, let me actually make sure that I am recording onto the right medium. Settings, output, recording. I cannot change the recording path while streaming. That is interesting. Oh, I haven't changed this back. Still using the graphics card to encode. I wanted to change that back. Alas, can't do it now. Right. But the path looked correct. Double check. There we go. One last thing. Game audio should be good. I'm actually looking forward to this. Like it's like the problems held me back from the speedruns, so now I want to do them really bad. Not badly. I really badly want to. I strongly wish to execute the speedruns. That's what I'm trying to say. All right. In before, it's only gonna be 3 sets today. Not even. So, who else has an interesting story to tell? Anything interesting happen the last couple of days? Jonas is losing a tooth. We already went over that. Oops. Oh, I'm noticing the game audio is quite loud, isn't it? Oh, tell me about it. Which one? I don't have that many. Is it Comfy Bird? And if so, no, if not, why not? Sure. I mean, I can't tell by the link. If everything goes right, I will only find out in 26 minutes. Exactly. Not a great level, but no reset yet. Pretty much all jelly jumps were bad. Every single one of them. Ooh, that's a rare one. Ah. Interesting. Yes, I know which one that is inspired by. We saw him several times. I never watched Beavis and Butthead. Ever, I think. Back in the day, we didn't have MTV. I only knew of its existence from my cousin. Like, they were a little bit more well off and could afford satellite TV. So they had MTV. That's when I realized that that's a thing. But I personally never watched it. Like, knowing now what it is, I don't think it's for me. But I know so little about it, actually, that I don't even know if there's, like, a layer to it. Like a second layer, at least. I don't know what it's trying to do, is what I'm saying. For example, with The Simpsons or South Park, you have very obvious, like, social criticism aspects to it that are very easy to identify. Then you have Family Guy, which is just about creating memes. And being very unfunny. Ooh. I poked the bee's nest. I hate Family Guy. Big failure. Oh well, we touched the stuff. I just don't get the why is this funny part about Family Guy. usually just way too overcooked. Like at the point where I get the joke, they just keep repeating it for like 10 more minutes until it's completely dead. And that is the show, with everything. And that is Seth MacFarlane, if he does stand-up or if he does, like, if he hosts something. It's just not funny to me. I cannot. Like when it comes to that kind of, not that kind, but of humor and that kind of medium, I definitely prefer South Park over everything else. Also, unpopular opinion, but I prefer Simpsons over Futurama. At least the old Simpsons episodes, like up to season 6-ish, I want to say. And I haven't watched much else, I have to say. Yeah, to me the first Simpsons seasons... I think season 7 was actually the first one where they... Was it the one after... Which one was the one after the Simpsons movie? Was that 7 or was it later? Might be later. But that's when they started having those like gimmick episodes where they just had a cameo of somebody in the episode just for the sake of there being a cameo. When they noticed, okay, we are a thing, people want to be in our show. And we can just spend entire episodes on just like jerking off somebody, pretty much. Like when Simpsons became too self-aware of its status in society, it's kind of when I lost interest. It was way later. To be fair, I did watch the movie when I had already stopped watching the show. So that makes a lot of sense. And the movie wasn't that great either. It was very much in that same vein that I just described. Cameos for the sake of cameos. I've heard that there was also a similar-ish phase in South Park, but I also haven't watched South Park after a certain point. But that one never like went bad, in my opinion. But maybe I just missed that part. That's very likely. Gotta hurry up, Jonas. exactly, dear bot. No! Right away bad. Way too early, exactly what I had practiced not to do. Let's keep going. Hey Sarah. Thank you, thank you. Ah, now I need a good macro one. I could try going all out and actually saving time in macro one, which is very hard to do. Let's do that. Let's like half throw the run away, shall we? Gonna go very, very risky here. I actually jumped too early. The jump height was right. Yeah, not sad about that run. Man, why? My down button is getting worse. The second time today it doesn't go in the pipe. Why are we stripping corpses? It's the season, I guess. Oh, so for those non-Germans, but also non-Americans here, how big of a thing is Halloween where you are? I know we have Denmark and we have the Netherlands represented, and we have Hungary. Like, I would say in Germany it's really only a retail thing. And even in that regard, it's like way, way smaller than Easter. And a media thing, I suppose, but I think the overall adoption of Halloween is not very big in Germany, from what I perceive. And I find that interesting because it's been around, and usually we take up every American trend after a certain amount of time, but this one just seems to not really go anywhere. It's there, but not really. And it never seems to get more. Yeah, the retail thing is, like, it's weird to me though. So in Germany, in retail, like supermarkets, all kinds of stores, when summer ends, you pretty much immediately have Christmas stuff in the supermarkets. Like, I could buy gingerbread and stuff at the end of September. Or mid-September, actually. Even... was it? No, I was just back from Gamescom. There was still August. So late August is when Christmas starts in retail, pretty much. But it might have been the 1st of September when I came back. Maybe not August. But yeah, then they go to Halloween for like a week or so, and then straight back. Well, they never stop Christmas, pretty much. But they kind of smuggle in Halloween while it's going on. Oh, that was a good setup. Very low lag. I was not ready for very low lag. I was expecting, like, normal is some amount, like 3 frames of lag there. Super laggy throws you off. Not laggy at all throws you off. I mean, sure. Sometimes they actually bring back the Easter stuff right at the end of summer. Like as a big sale. Like it's not... You have the normal Easter stuff where everything is normally priced. Then you have a little sale when Easter ends, but not really. Then the Easter stuff completely disappears because it goes out of season. And then at the end of summer, the Easter stuff briefly comes back with a big sale. Like all of the stuff that they still had available. Just kept for that one sale because they don't have a summer sale, because there's no such thing usually during the summer. It probably depends on the chain. I think they just don't have anything iconic for the summer that they could put there, but they still want to do a sale. Like one sale per season, pretty much. So they just do Easter twice. Yeah, we have the same thing, Korn. It's called Fasching here, which is different in different parts of Germany. The more Catholic-influenced areas have Fasching, Carnival, which is kind of synonymous, in November, like 11th of November-ish. But when I grew up, East Germany, obviously not very Catholic, it was in February, I think. Cat in a box now. Why are cats being put in boxes? Cats don't belong in boxes. I mean, cats do belong in boxes. Ones of their own choosing. Why would you have to put a cat in a box? It goes there anyway, on its own. Yo, I have not heard of that before. Don't compare it to a piñata. It's not cool. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this was the thing all across, like, medieval Europe. But it's definitely something that I have never heard about. Yeah, I think seasonal clothing stuff is different. They strictly go by, like, calendar seasons. Not so much by the big holidays. A different schedule. $200? That sounds like longer ago than 200. I would put that in like 1500s. At least when it comes to origin. Nice. I remember the days when it was still probably not legal, but still socially accepted for teachers to hit school children. To some extent. Like I witnessed that firsthand. Oh, like there was this one caretaker in kindergarten who was kind of known for being quite slappy with the kids. He was never in charge of my group, though. In the 80s, yeah. Late 80s. And by socially accepted, I mean, like, everybody knew those things were happening, right? It was in front of other caretakers, kindergarteners, and sometimes in front of the parents, and, like, the parents were okay with it. That's the weird part. Obviously not every parent, but that's the social acceptance. Like, it wasn't immediately, what? They did what? Immediately outcast, cancelled. Put in prison. I mean, of course, they would and they should. But that's the thing with, like, changing standards. It's interesting to think about how standards like that can change so drastically. Of just plain acceptance, yeah, that's how it is. Outrage. Getting close to the 2 hours. I don't believe in the 2 hours, but we're getting close. Hey, Fern! Long time no see. How are you? One from the olden days. Of course I do. We met in Morale's chat, I'm pretty sure. Initially. If there's something about me, then it's remembering random... Don't feel bad if I call that a random fact, but those random kinds of things. It's usually something I remember. I'm good with remembering names, not so much faces. I think that's usually how it goes. Is one or the other? I guess I'm good at remembering both, but not in conjunction. Now that I think about it. I will remember both, but not be able to necessarily put the two together. Oh yeah, I just went through an entire story time earlier. Because recently I've been... like, the runs, speedrun-wise, have been going pretty well. But I've been facing technical issues in the shape of very frequent blue screens. So over the last few days I went through a whole troubleshooting hell. But if you want to hear about that, you will have to go back to the beginning of the stream. I'm not repeating all of that. It was like at least 30 minutes of plain ranting. Positive ranting, though. But yeah, since you were around when the stream had like 10-ish viewers on average back then, it's just a high likelihood that I will remember your name. Because not that many people were around back then. Yeah, not a lot of people that still have stuck around, like from Maral's community. I remember that Pygmy was around for a while, but I completely lost sight of them. I guess Immo is still around, but I knew Immo before I knew Maral. Yeah, it's unclear. It's still in the middle of the troubleshooting, but it's getting closer to something resembling a solution. And so far it's been okay. But there's just a very high likelihood that my stream will randomly stop. And I will sit here in front of a blue screen. And then pick up my phone and open Twitch and tell you that I will be right back. That's usually how it goes. But no, let's be hopeful for today. That will not happen. Not happen. I mean, I will also obviously confuse people sometimes. Like if somebody has a similar name to somebody, and I think, ah, they probably just changed their name. It's just a couple of letters different. And then I will just go on just assuming they are a different person than they actually are. That happened before. Or sometimes when I play Beat Saber, when I only hear the name through TTS, and it sounds like something that I recognize, but it's actually something completely different. That's always fun. And I'm like, hey, yo, long time no see, how have you been? While it's their first time in my chat. That's also funny though, that could be a bit. Could be on purpose, right? Yeah, of course, Fern. Also, the lurking is no problem. And like everybody moves on in a way, so I'm also not like disappointed or sad if somebody doesn't stick around. It's just how things go. So that's sad. I'm also just happy every time I see somebody that does come back. And some relationships that have developed entirely through Twitch, I can already tell, like some of the people I will stay in contact with very loosely forever. Like people I've known since 2012, 13 on Twitch. I'm not gonna stop knowing them now. It usually needs compatible personalities though. Like if somebody is... Oh, let's phrase it this way. I'm somebody who can lose contact with somebody for years. And the moment I meet them again, it's just, hey, yo, how have you been? So nice to see you. But other people, and I'm not necessarily not saying it's a bad thing, but it's like a more involved and stressful thing to me. They have to keep in contact at all costs, and it has to be equal. Like if they send a message or they initiate the contact the one time, then the other one has to do it the next time, pretty much. Has to even out. If that doesn't happen, then they get grumpy with the person. Oh, you don't care about me. That's not what I am. So it needs those kinds of people who can just lose contacts completely for a while. No strings attached. Oops. And just be perfectly fine. And that also, like, I have the best, my best friend, my BFF, that I've known since school days. When I had my first girlfriend, I just lost contact with him for like 2 years. And that was fine, and then we slowly kept touching base again, and everything was just as before, and we're still best friends until today. Even nowadays, he has children, he has family, never has time. I moved away. He's still where he grew up. So we don't see each other a lot, but if I'm at my parents' place, if I'm close, then I can just say, hey, I'm in town, and they're gonna drop everything and just make space for me. And it would be the other way around if anybody would want to visit me in my hermit cave. So it's that kind of mindset that I have towards relationships. If I like somebody 5 years ago, why would I not still like them 5 years after, even if I haven't seen them in between? Oops. I'm pretty sure, I might be making this up, but I'm pretty sure I saw you right after you came back, because I remember something like that. But if you like know somebody, even if it's just like over the internet, it's always a little bit of superficial to some extent. You might tell some people more than others. Might have a little bit more overlap with some people, whoopsie. But it's like, still, it feels a little different than like a childhood friend, for example. Or like somebody you can just like open the door, go out and meet them. There's a tiny difference. Not really qualitative, but just in terms of availability. and just the social cues that you can pick up on compared to somebody that like can actively avoid you on the internet, for example. Or like avoid everybody, not necessarily a specific person, but some people have times when they just don't want to open up. And that's fine. But that also means that you just can never be sure how well you know somebody over a distance. But if you're fine with that, and that's the point that I'm trying to get to, if you're fine with that, granting that extra freedom, then there's no issue. Like that's just fine. Like the side that somebody wants to present to me, even if they hide something else, or I'm phrasing this weirdly, but I hope I get my point across. If somebody's nice to you for an extended amount of time and you figure out that you're compatible on a personal level, then it doesn't really matter what else they are doing. It shouldn't matter for you. And that also like transcends into the... and if you don't know what they're doing for 2 years, then that doesn't matter either. I think it's a different angle at the same thing that I mentioned earlier about relationship types. It's part of it in a way. Like you have to... if you let people have their freedoms, you can also like do that in a temporal, in a timely way, okay? You go away for 2 years and then come back, that's fine. But you can also use the very same principle in, oh, if you don't want to tell me this and that about you, that's also fine. Kind of the same thing. Some people are a little bit more possessive, that's what I'm trying to say. And I think that involves, or that requires a lot of energy and effort. And that's usually what those kinds of... like that's when the two personality types clash, that's usually how it goes. Like one person will say, yeah, but I don't really mind this, and the other one understands it as, yeah, you don't care. But that's just not the same thing. But that's different perspectives on what is important, I guess. And neither is wrong. Like, that's just how it feels to either of them. It's just that they're not compatible. But if you try to, like by force, keep those kinds of relationships together, that's usually when it becomes a little bit... not sure if toxic is the right word. It kind of... I think it is very often the basis for a toxic relationship, where people just want different things from each other. Why am I even on this tangent? This doesn't even really have anything to do with anything. I guess I'm just talky today. Give me a topic and I will rant. Hey, shrew me, thank you. See, here's another thing. I knew somebody back in 2013-14. Was very close to that username. But it's probably not you. Unless your name is Hannah. No, there's no way. Would be too many coincidences today. I hope you're taking notes, Jonas. Very good level. Reminds me of a different, like, sandbox-y game, no oxygen included. This one was also well known for people keeping gigantic spreadsheets of things, of notes. Automation sandboxes, I guess, would be the category. But yeah, that game also looked very fun, but you have to get so involved with everything if you want to stick with it. That's the one reason why I've still avoided Factorio or Satisfactory. The one game in that kind of realm that I do play, but also not recently, but it's most likely that I will pick it up again, is Space Engineers. I love that game. That is my... It's not really an automation game, but to some extent. It's a completely different game though, and I don't know. I have never played Spelunky 2. I've played Spelunky, the Steam game. Not the original, but the Steam game. But also not very much. I was around the Spelunky community through a friend who was a quite successful Spelunky speedrunner. It's my main connection to Spelunky. And I still know a couple of people. Kinney. I think Kinney is the only one that I still know that sometimes streams. Oh yeah, but I've kind of... I just don't want to spend as much time on too many different games. That's why I usually don't even start them. Like, even in a finite game, like Elden Ring, I still spend so much time before I even get to the actual content. Like, story content is what I mean. That I basically play it like an infinite game. Or Skyrim. Just do the same boring old quest lines over and over again, instead of actually progressing the story. I think that was quite laggy, the way I handled the fishies. So I will very likely lose some time. Actually, I didn't lose time in Space 1. That is very good. I mean, that is true, but they do get repetitive. Like if you're like Thieves Guild and you just keep robbing this mansion and that part. Okay, good. And like at some point missions even repeat. Then you could at least move on to the next guild. But that's not how I play games. Just do what I like and just keep doing it. Okay, a decent run. Minecraft is another one of those time eaters. I'm a very early adopter of Minecraft. I played it back when it was in alpha, and when you couldn't do anything yet in the game. And I can always come back to Minecraft and just play it for a couple of weeks, and then... Well, that's probably the end of this run. Dang it! Why do I keep doing that? I wish I could say it hasn't happened in a while, but no. This happened like 3 times in the last 3 weeks. Man! And otherwise it was such a nice level. That's the kind of mistake that really makes me upset at myself. As upset as I can get. Not a person who gets super upset at anything. But that's just annoying. I tried reconstructing which the actual version was, because I think I just keep thinking of the wrong version number, which might have been the number of some kind of launcher. I keep remembering a 0.88, but that doesn't exist as a Minecraft alpha version. So I have this wrong memory, and it doesn't go away. Speaking again of memory. This number, 0.88, is always connected to Minecraft in my head, even though it's some kind of... it's just a wrong connection. This run is holding on. Somehow. Ooh. The recent Minecraft update was one of the better ones in my books. The Trial Chambers. I've enjoyed that. That's when I went back to it. Yo, that might be a real gold split. That one I will have to retime, because last time I got a gold split, it was by 1 frame compared to the other IL record on speedrun.com. Interesting though that it would be without the successful spike jump, because that's usually a little bit more laggy. Is why I want to retime it. That's another indicator for why the split could be wrong. Shouldn't have lost that much time. Was the split just wrong? Ooh, slow swimming. I'm telling you, the 2-hour mark is a myth. But it might still happen. The most recent ones have always happened in Pumpkin Zone, I think. Like at least the last 2, I believe. Unless I just wasn't on runs. But when I was actually having a run and it blue screened, then it was Pumpkin Zone. One time even right before the witch, I remember that. Coin. Oh, why did I do that? Huh. That's a very silly mistake. If I get left, right, left, we'll call it RNG manipulation. Thank you for your confidence. Okay. I delayed the second pattern a little bit. Not sure if you noticed, but since I got hit there twice recently, I wanted to be a little safer than I needed to. Quick fix. Okay. Decent. Well, it's over. No running speed. Dang! There were some very good parts in this level and some very bad ones. I am 6 in-game seconds behind. And so it ends. Wasn't great to begin with, but was kind of hoping for a small PB. Ah, well, now it's all over. Eat me! Let's not save this split, though. Just to be sure. It looks wrong. It looks a little bit too wrong. Might be some audio desync with the capture or something. It's really just practice, Kadai. Like recognizing it early is hard. Sometimes I cannot. But for the beginning of the level, for example, you just notice how many swim strokes do I have to do to get over the Gordo. It should only be like 1.5. And that's fast. I wonder, maybe there's a better way to tell a small Mario. Maybe you can get over in... Like this is fast, for example. I immediately see that. Where do I land when I just run off? Ah, you still die. Let me check something though. This could be a good indicator. So that was like the lowermost pixel that you could touch that fish and actually take damage. So there will be a different outcome if you get fast swimming. See, that's fast, right in the middle of the face. So you can see the difference there. Obviously not helpful for a run, but just to slow again, different place on the fish. Yeah, you kind of memorize the kind of angle in your head. And sometimes you're good at recognizing it, sometimes you're bad. But yeah, right there you could see the difference, right? That was something that was a little bit more obvious where you actually touch the fish. Let's go again. But in other places I struggle a little bit more. Like Turtle 3, for example, at the end, where you jump into, like you jump up, then into that pool of water with the bony fish. And that is where I usually struggle recognizing it early. But that's where you kind of need to see it early because you get closer and closer to the fish. And by that time you have to have fixed it. So if you struggle to recognize it, or if you think you have slow swimming and fix it in the wrong direction, that's the worst. Like if you actually have fast swimming but think, not sure, let's just reset, and then you get slow, that's awful. It is determined by the... like if you switch on your console, a rolling counter starts running. I think that persists like through resets like this. It wouldn't persist over a console reset, I believe. But yeah, then this timer keeps running, and whether you are on an odd or an even frame determines whether you get slow or fast. So it's a frame by frame thing. It keeps alternating, which is why you can never be certain this deep in the run what frame rule of 1 and 2 you are on. Yeah, like there are no obvious time saves, let's put it that way. Like the castle thing that I practiced earlier is some of the more... It's can't even call it recent, like this is also a 2020 consideration. Oh, here's this super risky thing that we could do in case it gets really, really, really optimized. The Albatross on Tatanga is some of those extreme optimizations. 3 years ago, we thought nobody could ever go for an Albatross on purpose. Like maybe get lucky once or so in their lifetime. And now it's just a thing. Because of more practice, better understanding. But those are the things that have always been known, just considered too hard. But what you mean is, can there be any discovery or something? And I think we're past that point in the speedruns life cycle. Albatross, the 6-shot Tatanga fight. Is this the command? I always forget. It's not. Is it check? That's the one. Let's check. I think there might be a couple of smaller, but like distinguishable strats that are not just lag reduction or something in the all levels run. But then again, I haven't really looked at what Adam and ILM actually optimized in the run. I have a couple of things where I think they just copied something wrong from my old run that I wasn't going for, but they just thought, oh, it's in the world record run at the time, so that must be how you do it, which is the macro zone level order. So I think there's time saved there by just doing macro zone differently. It's just the order in which you go to the boss or to the secret level first. Like it's just maneuvering through the zone. And I think there's no clear favorite in terms of where to use the star or how to use the star specifically in the all levels run. Those kinds of things exist. Albatross saves 1.5 seconds over a 1 cycle. It's basically what you saw, like if you saw my splits in the last run, I did have a 1 cycle on Tatanga, which is what we used to consider the best outcome, but I still lost 1.4 seconds or so, because my PB has one such Albatross. It's hard to run against, but it's also nice to later have some bigger time saves in this run. But yeah, it's not like you can just like find a strat in this game to like run faster or clip through a wall, because if you clip through a wall, for example, which would be one of the things that could save time in a level like Turtle 2. A clip exists in that level actually, it's just hard to set up. And it messes up the power-up management. But then it would be a glitch, so it wouldn't be viable for this category. And all of the viable things, they are it's a jump and run game. You run right and jump sometimes. There's only so much that you can optimize. I think that is not even the agreed upon definition. They took it directly from Adam, and Adam had kind of his own definitions. Like, he introduced something called a super eagle, which is the one cycle but keeping your power up, which doesn't by itself save time over the other one cycle, but you save like 2 lag frames in macro zone 1. And I think his par is what we would consider an eagle. He had a higher standard, pretty much, but didn't go as far. Like, I don't think Adam ever even went for an albatross. That's back in the day. Only ILM would get that in a run, and actually like figuring out the setup is a later thing. That's a like 2022 thing. I mean, that's Mario speedruns, or 2D Mario speedruns, in a lot of the cases. Yeah, there's also the overworld route, which is aligned with the power-up management. There are options there, but I think this is already the optimal one. Because the only backtracking that you have here is from Turtle Zone back to Mario Zone. And if you would want to avoid that, you would have to go... Like, you have to double a track on a different part of the map. Like, you would have to go Tree Zone first, then Turtle Zone. Ooh. But then you repeat the part, like you went over to Tree Zone, and then you go back to the Mushroom House, and then to Turtle Zone. And then counterclockwise, which is kind of the same as going back to Mario Zone. But that one has better power-up management, which saves you time elsewhere, like 2 more seconds in... I mean, otherwise, no, you could still... Let me think. If you would go Turtle Zone first, which was actually how the early speedruns of the game did it. They went Tree Zone, Turtle Zone. By Turtle Zone first, I mean, you go to Tree Zone and then to Turtle Zone. I think. No, I think the very early ones actually did go to Turtle Zone right away. Which doesn't work. You need bunny ears for Turtle 1. You just do. So yeah, it just doesn't work out as well as with the route that we have. Rezone first. Important part, get the fire flower to do the quick boss kill. And then save some time in space 1. Because if you kill the enemies in your way, you can use the spot that they were standing on to walk, and walking is faster than floating. So that's just more time saved there. Power up in Macro Zone just works out. Bunny ears in Pumpkin Zone are on the way. You don't have to slow down at all, so that just works out. And then you have to go. You have to take those bunny ears to Turtle Zone, because you need the fire flower for the piggies. So after Mario Zone, you will always have the fire flower. So you cannot do Turtle Zone after Mario Zone. That's the whole thing. If Mario Zone would come before before Pumpkin Zone, like on the map, that would work out perfectly. But it doesn't. I speedran Super Metroid. Not very competitively though. I also ran Super Mario Land 1. I do dabble in some Game Boy Tetris speedruns. F1 race for the Game Boy is what I used to run. For the last ESA, I picked up A Boy and His Blob again. Wait, I have it here. Yes. Rescue of Princess Blobette. I have the world record in that one since, like, I used to have it and I got it back this year. I started learning, but never finished, Gimmick for the NES. What am I forgetting? I think that might be it. Again, the down D-pad doesn't like me. Let me actually... Yeah, sometimes it doesn't go through. Maybe it's just the angle that I tap the D-pad at today. Sometimes it's a daily thing. I am mostly Game Boy games and Super Metroid. That's the short answer. Right, we're approaching midnight and no blue screen yet. It's gonna be difficult though to not change anything now. I'm so used to changing things between streams. I'm not allowed to make any changes to the system if we get through this stream without a blue screen. You might very well be right, Ozzy. Which is why I should probably extend today's stream after the SML2 section again. Just play some Tetris again. And wait for the blue screen. I did take a nap earlier, so I'm not very tired yet. But yeah, in terms of SML2, it's one more run for Tatanga, because it is midnight. Oopsie. Oopsie. Ah! I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? It's time efficient. That said, there have been blue screens off stream. But it's always, like, at first it was a different driver that did it, but it might just be the Windows side, and then it switched over to the NVIDIA driver side. But it might have always just been a certain connection in, like, where it's kernel stuff. I don't understand. Windows kernel stuff. Yeah, recently it's always been the very same NVIDIA driver. So things have changed a little bit already with all of my changes in the system. So it would feel like a waste if there was a possibility. Like if just assuming it's not fixed yet, just delaying it until the next stream doesn't feel good. Because let's say it crashes today, then my next step is change the graphics card to an old one. And if that would be the solution, then I could start the RMA process for my current graphics card, which will most likely take some time. But the earlier that would happen, the better. Oh, again. But as I said, I have until March for that. The important time frames, like the first 6 months and the first year, have passed, so it's probably not going to be a convenient process either way. So I have to make thoroughly sure that it is actually the problem, that it's a hardware issue. But otherwise, going through the entire RMA process, it's always stress. Things always go wrong in some way. Somebody just doesn't want to play nice sometimes. Amazon has gone kind of downhill recently, so I'm not sure how friendly they are in an RMA process. These days, at least. For example, they already removed the option to initiate the RMA process, which is against the law. Oh well, not against the law, but against best practices, so to speak. If you go to the vendor's warranty description, they always tell you, go through the retailer. Let them handle it with us. But the retailer sometimes doesn't want that, and they want to send you to the vendor directly, to the manufacturer. Which is what Amazon is doing. So there's no direct pathway to even do it through Amazon. You have to find somebody on Amazon who is able to do the thing that you want them to do. If you go by board means, the only thing that you can do is contact the manufacturer. Wrong step. Right step does not exist in Amazon. That's how it always starts. Like it's supposed to be annoying, so people just give up. You have to be... You just have to be, like... what's the word? Persistent, that's the word. those big companies sure don't want to make it easy for you to get your right. And I can already see the excuses, like once it goes through Amazon at some point, oh, let's just hope it never goes this far. Let's just hope the device is fine. They're just gonna try finding, like, then they tell the manufacturer here, this is a problem, then the manufacturer will contact me and say, can you send us this and that log file? And then they will see, oh, I have done AI stuff with this card. And then they will say, but our warranty excludes data mining and like Bitcoin mining. If you've done any of those, then we will void your warranty. That is not the intended use of the card. Even though I haven't done any mining on it, I've just dabbled around in some local AI. And then it starts getting messy. I don't want that. I would wish everything was just fine right now. But I'm prepared for all those things. This the run? This could be the run. I know I asked this earlier, but now with most of the stream behind us, how has the audio mixing been in terms of voice volume versus game volume? Just want to make extra sure. Because if it crashes now, then I'm not coming back. But I want the answer for the next stream. Like, even if it's small things, could anything be quieter or louder? Ideally. Thank you very much. My voice sounded wrong. Interesting. I mean, could be Twitch catching up. Could be the FFZ plugin. Was I adjusting something? I don't think I was. Unless it was way earlier. I have not touched anything with the mic settings. I mean, the blue screen issue could be sound related. Maybe there was a little hiccup, and with the other firmware version that would have been a blue screen, who knows? Or I was wondering earlier if the audio was slightly desynced. Let me see if I can tap to the music. No, it's fine. Okay, it is the last run of the day. Tetris or PB? Those are the two options, right? Smells like Tetris. But I will try. I'm gonna go all out, though, again, in the next level. Earlier it didn't work out. Gonna go for all of the tight setups here. Except for timing going right here. I forgot the visual cue. That loses a frame or so. Ah. That is annoying if it fails like that, because that has nothing to do with how tight the setup is. It's just plain failing the setup. Okay. Alrighty, Tetris time. No, Jonas, that's what I described earlier. My monitor, for example, doesn't even have audio. It's a BVM, doesn't have any speakers. I would have to use external speakers and split the signal from the console output. Give me 1-ish minute. Let's already switch category. Because I wanted to find a different controller and see how that goes. They're really old and scuffed, but maybe they're better than the dog bones. Or no, let's just... while... Can I finish a sentence? While I switch, let's turn off this console capture. Where are we? Ah, am I blind? There, I'm blind. And deactivate this one. Activate the other one, which looks the same. Different cropping. Oh wait, you can't even see it yet. There. And I will use this time for a quick bathroom break and finding my controllers. Same problem as last time. I do not know where my other controllers are. Like, no clue. Scarab. I'm doing okay. I hope you are too. One more option, let me check. No. Like I'm missing like a bag or a box of controllers, and I have no idea where I put that. It's the bad controllers together with the NES controllers. I only have this one. No idea where they are. I think for this one I'm actually fine without the glove. I forgot again to download Tetris Gym. Dang it. Because every time I get interrupted by a blue screen, then I forget. Do we have audio? That's what I wanted to test. We do. The audio source goes away. Yukatai! Thank you very much. Yes, I started late. It's only 3 hours. Thank you very much. Your money can go towards the Linux capture card. That was a seal. Very specific seal from a YouTube video. All right. This song is weird. It sounds like the Lion King. Alrighty, how are we feeling today in terms of speed? Ah, not too hot yet. Ah! Early taps again. Okay. But yeah, I want to get used to the speed again to then be more comfy on the slower speed. That is the true and tested strategy here. No. That was the wrong one anyway. I played more Game Boy Tetris again off stream, so I'm getting my directions, my left and right, well mixed up in terms of what pieces are fixes. Ah, really? Tapped too early. Or just a warm-up anyway. Ah, why? What? How is... I definitely must have had DAS there. Did I just release again on accident? I think that's just a problem with this controller. If I don't press the D-pad really hard, I'll just sometimes release it. Ah. Have not gotten used to it yet. I keep judging myself by the score, even though it should really only be speed practice right here. I'm getting used to the game again. Ooh. But hey, that's one of my favorite things, having wrong standards for myself. Oh, well, that was just a mistap. Oh. How is that not it? Why do I not have tasks sometimes? You would think I would research these things between streams. No. No, Solve was so cool. And I tapped in the wrong direction. No idea what I was trying to do there. Man. Oh, are you offering MVD? Hello. Are you willing to do the research for me? That's clearly what you mean there. Ah! Brain freeze. So sometimes I think the let me think about this. There's one thing where I always think I should have DAS, but I don't. I think it's usually just keeping holding a direction. Like, say there is a Tetris well on the right. And I hold the direction from before and tap a long bar, DAS a long bar into the Tetris gap, score a Tetris, and I keep holding the right button from there. And after that, I sometimes don't get DAS, even though I have never let go of the right button at all. Why is that? My guess is my D-pad is bad, because that just feels wrong. Or there. Why did I not... Is that just not long enough there because I'm so high up? Am I misjudging it? That I haven't actually held right for long enough right there? Because it feels like it's the right timing, but it might just not be enough frames because I'm so high up. Like, my go-to explanation has to be user error. That's just most likely here, because I have so little practice with the game. Not filling out anything. That was the high part again. That is probably, I'm getting higher, but I maintain the same rhythm, so I'm probably just too late loading it. You going clothes show deer ping if you go. What? Jesus. My favorite again. Huh. I'm not really getting used to the speed yet. What is happening? This kind of practice routine was going better when I last tried it. Maybe I should just go straight to 19. Right there. Why did that not go over? Am I really just too late? Or can you just never load DAS from just a regular drop? Does it have to be a clear transition? Right there. I did the little shift at the bottom with the piece, the S piece. And I wanted to use the shift to load DAS early and then keep holding left and get the next piece over, but I didn't have DAS. Like right there, it worked. Is this really just bad controller? I mean, yeah, I don't have input display on this controller. And I can't make it work. But my idea is basically from a regular drop that doesn't have a line clear animation, where you could use the line clear animation for the loading. I'm trying to position the piece. Like say I want to go to the left with the next piece. So with the piece that I currently have, I want to position the piece one tile to the right of where I want it to eventually go, and then tap it into place at the last moment and use that tap as my timed setup. But I don't think that is necessarily enough. Do I wall charge? See, I know that term, but what does it actually mean? DAS is short for delayed auto shift, which means in this game the auto shift, which is if you just hold the direction, is actually pretty fast. But you have to charge it first for like 16 frames or so before it kicks in. That's why it's delayed auto shift. What is the boy? The boy has a piece, a bit. So yeah, that's what I'm currently playing. So I'm not tapping the D-pad, I'm just holding it and trying to time it right to have those however many 16 frames before the piece appears, pretty much. Okay, so that's for direction, like putting something on opposing walls, basically. It's kind of the idea that I like. How is it different? Like, does it just cut the 16 frames short? It has to, otherwise it wouldn't have its own name. Level 19 speed is too hard for me to actually pay enough attention. To also pay attention to the timing. Alright, Fern. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good night. What do you mean you're not an expert? What am I paying you for? Jesus Christ. I also just obviously don't know the limits. Of what is possible and what just plainly is not possible. Oh. See that? It feels like that Z piece would fit over with DAS. But it just doesn't? SNES PlayStation 1? What is that? What kind of hybrid abomination is that? I guess it's just Sony. I do have a PlayStation 2. But not a 1. And no Sega console at all. Okay, so that is exactly what I was describing. Like the late tap, but that doesn't sometimes work. So either I'm just doing it wrong, or most likely I'm doing it wrong, or my controller is messing with me. Sometimes I notice that I do something, but then rethink and actually let go of the D-pad for a fraction of a second. I wonder how often I do that. See, that was the setup that I meant. I tap it over the last moment to have more bass for the next piece. Ah, unlucky. My brother had an N64. I do have a GameCube now. A Japanese one, a silver one. But yeah, back when I was a kid, I had the Super Nintendo. And that was my only console. And then my brother had the N64 and then a PlayStation 1. while when he got his PS1, I got my first PC. That's the way it was organized between us two brothers. So yeah, I think I'm mostly understanding it correctly then. It's just that sometimes I'm just bad. Yeah. Case in point. I mean, sure. Send it through Discord. I'm gonna have a look. I think I get it though. I think I have too many different construction sites at the same point, at the same time. First, the controller's really not great. I'm not sure if you've ever held a dog bone, but the D-pad is very squishy. You don't really know when you're pressing it. And it's still kind of hard to press at the same time. That's number one. Secondly, my brain is always in Game Boy Tetris mode. So I probably losing time on registering the next piece, and then I'm always a little bit late. And then we get to the DAS part that I clearly haven't fully internalized. I have to think too much about it while I do it. And yeah, then there are also like different amounts of tabs between Game Boy and NES Tetris to achieve the same thing. That's always confusing. It's not often that I get to the star song in this playlist. Unicorn moment. Ah, see, that's again, I guess I wanted to wall charge, but I tapped too early for the initial charge. Yeah, sometimes my tabs are just wrong because I think I need them to be a certain way, but it's just not how they are in NES Tetris. And it's just tragic. It's fixable though. Not like this though. Yo, surviving. Several wall charges involved to survive. Man. No, the other one. The other one. Not getting lucky with the J's and what's the other one? L's. Finally. Never getting out of this. Finally. Yes, please don't go back in. Yes, okay. Ah. Okay. That's how long that took. No. Why did I do that? Why did I flip the piece? Hit right where it was, and then I flipped it. I mean, it's in this playlist, Jonas. Don't have to replace anything. If it comes up, it comes up. There are 4,700 songs in the playlist. I'm gonna try playing a little conservative. Kind of hurts to do that, but that's what conservative is. Eh. And what I mean by conservative is basically only stacking for one Tetris. Ah! I'm a dummy. Hey, Mandigal. No, it's definitely not considered. Like, not for me. I need it. I'm relying on all kinds of things that help me out here. Good controller luck, for example. Will it do the right thing? Or will it malfunction? Just me coping. Oh wait, I thought I had set up a double dependency there. Wasn't even double checking. I'm still learning the game pretty much, so I should curb my own expectations way more than I do. Yeah. Remember when I said I was playing conservative? Go away, small rocket. Is SNES emulator? This is NES Tetris. From my experience, usually it's the display that is the biggest, that plays the biggest role in delay. For NES, I don't really know. I remember, what was the name? FCEUX. It used to be one of the more popular ones. What screen are you using? What kind of monitor do you have? That would be my first culprit for that kind of big input delay. There's a. I think FCEOX has fallen out of favor in the speedrunning community, at least. I forget which one they switched to. Classic Tetris timing. But I'm not an emulator expert. I play most of what I play on console. And this as well. About this conservative play again. Open just in time. And that is a bad dependency. Perfect. Not perfect. Hey, Savo. Sorry for the late response. I'm usually a little bit absorbed when I play Tetris, just because of how much focus it requires still. Ah, really? That was going so well, and then I randomly start misdropping. So weird. I mean, it's kind of like that in modern Tetris with 7-bag, where it's guaranteed that you will never go for more than 7 pieces without a certain piece, basically. 7-bag means, I think. I find it better like this, I have to say. I find complete randomness more interesting. No! Tetris timing! The shift got in my way there. I mean, with the limited amount of pieces, it's not even that hard to do. It's way easier than card counting. Yeah. Like in Game Boy Tetris, I can basically play perfect at certain speeds, always having an out. Here it's just, still I sometimes confuse the pieces for their equivalents in Game Boy Tetris. So I just have the wrong backup in mind, if that makes sense. And I'm generally just slower at recognizing patterns in NES Tetris. But yeah, basically building with backups in mind is the most important part. Can't do it here. Not getting the right pieces. Absolutely atrocious sequence. Sometimes you just can't do anything. That also happens. Not at all how I want to solve this. Ah. Too risky. Oh, there's, like, just from how the games feel, there's a big difference. Like, the NES version feels kind of... What's the right word? A little sloppy. The Game Boy version feels very direct. Like, you know exactly what the piece does if you press your buttons. With NES, there seems always this tiny bit... It's because of how the dash works. Like, you hold the D-pad for a while, it moves, the piece moves slowly, and then it speeds up. You time it wrong. Game Boy is much more direct, it feels cleaner. NES Tetris is also faster. The playing field is, I think, 2 pieces higher in NES Tetris. The piece rotation is opposite. So if you have a long bar, for example, which consists of 4 pieces, right? It has to rotate around one of the 4, which makes it not a center, not a central rotation. And it's the opposite one for Game Boy. So in Game Boy Tetris, you would always stack for a left well, so build Tetrises on the left, because the pieces rotate, like the line piece specifically rotates one higher, pretty much. And NES Tetris has the piece rotation favoring the right well. There's in general, like how much or how fast the pieces can move. If you hold the D-pad is much higher in NES Tetris. It's almost unusable or not worth it in Game Boy Tetris. I think those are the main differences. The games just feel completely different. I would say Game Boy Tetris is the much nicer, like more developed game. NES Tetris feels a little rougher around the edges. Like they hadn't really figured it out yet. Oops. Oh boy. What am I building? Somebody who's used to NES Tetris will probably tell you the opposite, that Game Boy Tetris feels weird. It's usually how it goes. Ooh, what the hell? Hey, Lime. Thank you. Yo, thanks for the raid. I'm mostly struggling with Tetris. I'm actually streaming because I want to force a blue screen. I've had those big blue screen issues the last couple of weeks. And I'm not sure if I have found a solution, so I keep changing one thing after the other. Never knowing if I fixed it. And today there has been no blue screen yet, so I can't make any clear inference from my changes. It could mean that the problem is fixed. But if it's not, then I want to make the most of it and still see, okay, still make sure that today's fixes were not it, pretty much. Does that make sense? Am I just being stupid? Oh yeah, unfortunately I'm still very bad at NES Tetris, so it's probably a little frustrating to watch for some people who are used to better gameplay. I will get there, eventually. Had to give it up eventually. Gimme, gimme. It's gimmying me now. Just imploded again. What is happening? Dumb brain. It was actually an okay transition. 350k. It's pretty okay. No. was no way to fix that, was there? Ah, come on! Shifting everything early now. I'm half digging out and then digging really deep in. Okay, finally out. Holy. Oh, the blue screen issue. I mean, it was very hard to dig down to the root cause. The only pinpointable thing was a certain Windows update that is not revertible. But it's in conjunction with the graphics card driver, or with one of the NVIDIA-related drivers. At least that's what throws the error. But it took a long time to properly figure that out. Lots of trial and error, disconnecting things, reconnecting things. I even installed Linux. I have a parallel Linux version, Linux OS right now. But I can't stream from that yet because I don't have a capture card that is supported by Linux. Oh, really? I've... like, the very file that is involved is the culprit in a couple of specific games. I know that Overwatch... like, I browsed Reddit back and forth. Apparently it was a problem with Overwatch and League of Legends as well, where only those games would trigger the blue screen, but even more reliable than I could do. So it's definitely a thing. Today I am on a August NVIDIA driver, August 24. And so far no blue screen. So maybe it was one of those like updates that one-up each other, where NVIDIA introduces something and Windows wants to make use of something new, and then they kind of go hand in hand, until they go hand in hand in such a way that something doesn't work on certain systems. So then you have to remove either the one update or the other. But it's also never great to be on an old, like really old driver. Oh, this one is only 2 months old, so if this fixes it, I will be a very happy camper. But I'll also continue building up my Linux system at the same time. Just to have a fallback. And it's just nice. I haven't done any Linux in many years. So it's nice coming back to that. And even back then I wasn't really using it. I had it on a laptop, and that laptop died. And then I never went back to Linux. Ah. Oh, what the hell? It looks like I'm building a puzzle here. Yeah, super glued hands, that's definitely... No, I mean, there aren't any automatic driver updates on my Windows 10 system. Oh, the cache, the hardware drive cache thing is a recurring thing, actually. That already existed back then, where it would... I guess it was a little different. That one would create fake drive letters, pretty much, for supposedly, or like... The partitions weren't supposed to be readable by the system, but they actually gave them separate drive labels. That was a fun one. It's not so much about general gaming on Linux for me, but since I'm console gaming and relying on like retro capture cards, the support for those doesn't really go up with time. So you have to find those good ones. There's a couple of good ones that are still around. It's currently the main issue that keeps me away from already using Linux for streaming. I found one, but I still have to buy it. And I have to buy it from the US. I was telling the story earlier. But in general, Linux looks like, with all of the distributions that you have available nowadays, for like specifically tailored towards people who come from a Windows system, it's much nicer than it used to be. When I was using it back then, I was using Kubuntu, which at the time was the most Windows user-friendly distribution. And every distribution has come a long way since then, I want to say. And I still went for the most Windows user-friendly version again, so now I'm on Mint. But I think once I get my feet wet a little bit more, I'm probably gonna switch to Debian. Just because of how like cutting edge you can make things on Debian. In Linux terms, cutting edge, of course. Oops. But yeah, my first couple of days on Linux, I've only actually used it the last 2 days, because it wouldn't want to install at first. Or some BIOS shenanigans that were preventing me from installing any Linux distribution. But yeah, the last couple of days have been pretty nice, successful, interesting. I like tinkering, so even just for that, it's been fun. See, I haven't done any Wine or Proton yet. I barely set up a system that I could use, just because I was getting the blue screens outside of streaming even, so just wanted to have something reliable just for browsing. So that's my... that was my initial priority, to get something running. And I was also so exhausted from all of the troubleshooting that I just couldn't really be bothered to keep tinkering at some point. Oh, it's a bad decision. That's lucky. That's another bad decision, and that's lucky. Jesus frick. Timing was awful. Another 300k transition though, ignoring the fact that it got out of hand at exactly the wrong time. But yeah, I think now I'm just gonna see if this Windows OS in its current state crashes again, but still slowly build up the Linux system, like every other day pretty much. All on the same machine. It's a cozy dual boot. The next step is actually trying to acquire the capture card. Man. My biggest weakness. Keyspin timing on NES. I'm always early. Let me try to actually focus a little bit. Play conservative again. Just get to transition safely. Not the safest stack. Still not. Let's build a nice slope. Don't ask. So the goal is lower transition score. I mean, the goal is not a low transition score, but not necessarily a high transition score, but a safe stack going into the transition. And then just keep stacking the same. So that's usually the problem. That I stack a certain style, and then as soon as the transition comes, I have to change. And that's the big problem. It's very disruptive. Just keep doing these very wasteful burns. It's gonna be alright. Ah! Hell. Why was that there? Man. I don't know if I want to save this. Having a bad transition score is one thing, but... Oh, no dash. That was one of the mysterious no dashes again. I should have had dash there, but I didn't. Hey, Melal. Ah, the stacking went out of the window. General stacking shouldn't be the biggest problem because I'm very used to Game Boy Tetris stacking. Oh boy. No. Let's reset this one. Again, there was no dash there. So I wanted to I was expecting das and moving 2 pieces over and then one back. But it never moved 2 over in the first place. Mysterious das. Yeah, about that conservative stacking again. Not the right choice. Way too flat. Pieces never came. Ah, and the missed drop again. And no das. I should probably set myself an end time for when I consider the experiment successful for not crashing. No idea how late it is right now. It's a nicer flat placement available. Yo, actually playing what I said I would play. Let's go. digging out never. Oh. Yo, Muffin. It's over, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, yeah, I wanted to set myself a maximum time. It's 2 AM now, not past 2:30. Already pretty unreasonably late. Is it gonna doing this again, right before the transition? Man, the stress. Why? This is so dumb. The freaking Tetris pieces are so sticky in NES Tetris. They're not moving when they're supposed to move. Transitions feel so icky. It's like the game mechanics change entirely between speeds. Don't like that aspect. Ugh. Ugh. Unsalvageable. Get back to my safe stack. I want to see what I can do in a run where I don't make any gigantic mistakes. It would be very cool. Just keep it together for an entire run. Wouldn't that be great? That kind of stacking is what I mean. It's super safe. Then the misdrop. And then the brain fart. Could have been worse. But that's just when my own standards, my own quality standards kick in. It's just so ugly and so avoidable. And I get annoyed. No! Double flip. Man. Why? It was going so nice. So safe for so long. And then panic. Not cool. I miscounted what? Doesn't work. I think the audio has stayed mostly synced today. I think it's a tiny bit behind. It was much worse before. It's never a good solve with the dependency. Dead pace. I had no business surviving that. Not gonna last long. Ah, no, the audio delay is back. Miss drops again. And more. And more. Man, this could have been a good attempt. Well, it hadn't been digging for all of the 120 lines. It was never clean. Getting to 18 through 16 and 17 is big, because 16 and 17 are basically invisible to me. The color palettes are so bad. Classic timing. This is not it. Absolutely blue screenless. As I said earlier, I hate this. No, I can't make any changes. I want my blue screens back. Ah. Actually, no long bars in this. Yeah, there. Great. There it comes. It's the same as the last one. Eternal digging, never scoring. Well, that didn't work out. When you're really sure that something clears and then it doesn't. Man, what time? 7 minutes. I haven't even gotten a score over 400k, and the goal is 500k. Gotta be kidding me. Game has one of those phases right now. Really? Why is that not a tuck? That is so dumb. Whoops. I'm doing a 6-minute stream. From here, 5 minutes. Well, obviously gonna play the attempt out once I started. Oh yeah, this is... We are at my ending time now. I also think my concentration is actually gone now. It's like I'm actually getting tired. Surprise. I do something, then I realize, oh, I'm here. Morning. Man. And so it ends. There's no way I'm surviving this. Nope. But that means I get to do another attempt. It's fast enough. Last one for real. What is that overshift? I never tapped that many times. Robbed. Why is this game so rude? That was ridiculous. Don't do that. Not cool. Bleh. Doesn't work. T-spins are not possible on NES Tetris. You heard it here first. Really? Very dirty. Another one. SML2 songs in one stream. Rare. Oh, it's a very short version. Cute. Why did I do that? It was going so well. Actually bailed out. That could have gone so much worse. Again. This color scheme is so bad. What? Is that my first successful NES T-spin ever? Might as well have been. No. I think it's over. One more. Super duper last one. That's a word. That can't be the last one. too tight. What? Bullshit. Was it? I think that was easily possible to spin. Almost invisible. Invisible again. Okay, by far the best run of the day. And since I don't have a recorded PB. I guess this is my official PB now. I think I have a 470k, but I probably took a picture somewhere, but I don't remember where. Alrighty. I think I can get close to the score at transition already. Would have to do the math. Anyway. Good stream, I gotta say. Still confused by the lack of a blue screen here. Stream was 5.5 hours with recording, so there was some load and a graphics card encoding, so there was some load on the graphics card. Not a ton, but some. And it didn't crash. What does it mean? Nobody knows. Alrighty, let's see if there's anybody to raid. Don't know who streams at this time usually on a Monday. No SML2. Dog is playing NES Tetris, the best NES Tetris player in the world. Nobody's playing Game Boy Tetris as far as I can see from one of the many Tetris categories on Twitch. Just hop over to Dog then. Did I spell that right? Invalid username. Dog. Oh yeah. Did I spell it right this time? Yes. Alrighty. Tomorrow is my day off. It's even more annoying that I can't do any computer stuff then. I might stream some Beat Saber. That's also a nice test. So maybe see you tomorrow, otherwise Wednesday, SML2. Bye bye.